So we're going to work on the solar system, the planetary orbits today. It's ROKR ST001. So let's see what we got. Okay. So these are all the parts we got. There's screws in here, some pins, standoffs, screwdriver, handle. I guess these are the planets, sun. This is the little generator for the light. This is the LED light. We have like lock washers, screws. We've got lots of different size screws. More, and then here we have regular washers, like spacers, little bolts, lots of wax, more spacers, and an emery board. I have the manual. It has a lot of steps in it. It's 34 steps over 42 pages. Okay. Let's take a look at the parts. As always, there's a little piece of sandpaper. It's a thick one. Another thick one. And then yet another thick one. So for section 1, we need B14, E3, E18, E25, 4 P1s, which is this little translucent spacer. And we need a P2, which is 20 millimeters long. Okay. I'm going to grab the edge here and put this on. What I'm doing is just putting this into that hole and pushing it down a bit. Now I'll put this one on. It says I'm going to have 2 of these on top. And then this time I'm just going to push it down to where it's flat. And then I'm going to put this down. Right now I have a space between the two. I'm going to close that space off by putting it on there like that and then just pushing down on this piece of wood. So next, that goes through here like that. And it looks like we're supposed to wax this gear. Bring it back when we need it. Okay, that should do. And then this goes through here. And then we put B14 on, which is a spacer. And then the next thing we do is there's this little triangle here. This goes through the hole that's just above the triangle. This is the printed side of the board. And then these go on the bottom. Get that little board back out. Again, we're going to use this section here to push on, so because we don't want to damage any of the actual parts to this. Now, in the instructions, it says we need to ensure that this turns, and right now it is not. So what we're going to do is come on the bottom side and just push it up just a little bit. Still not good. We'll do it again. That's better. I think I should. I'm going to add some wax. I'm going to take this back off and we're going to add a little wax because I think this is going to have a lot of resistance. So what I want to do, we're going to add a little bit of wax to the bottom here so it can be. This is not in the instructions. That should make it turn a little easier. I'm gonna do this a little different. Oh yeah, that's better. Oh, it's much better. Okay. That is it for section 1. Now this whole unit, they're calling A, lowercase a. So let's get ready now for section 2. For section 2, we need B18, 4 C7s, P3, which is a little screwdriver, P4 is the little generator assembly, and P5 are these little screws so we can attach the generator assembly to the board. Okay. It goes on here like this. Get that started. We won't tighten it down until we get all 4 screws in. Okay, now that we've got this started, we're going to go ahead and tighten these down since they're all in. Now it looks like a hint to how this goes on is this metal piece has a curve here and it goes up against this curve on the wood. Right here you can see how this side is curved, and it's the only one that has that rounded corner. So that's one way to identify whether you're installing it correctly or not. And then it looks like the next thing is this gets routed through that larger hole there and out the front. And now these go on the sides here. And it says we're supposed to align the holes. It looks pretty good. And that looks like section 2, I believe. So it looks like this is going to go like that. Down into there. And then these guys go through here. Again, we're not going to tighten them up until we get them all in. Yeah, I have some. I don't have them tight yet. The other side in. Okay, now I think we can tighten them up. Okay, and it looks like this goes down through the hole here, and then it's going to go off to this side. Okay, for the start of section 3, we need our base and our P7. Now it looks like P7 is going to come up through the bottom of the center hole. And then so that's where we are right now. Nothing is connected yet. Our base, C15, E18, E23, and E24. So it looks like what we need to do is connect these. Like that, and that's going to run kind of something like that. Okay. Next, we're going to use E18 to press E23 on top of E24. So it's going to go something like this. Make sure that's all the way down there. Feels like it is. Now, this gets pushed up through here. It looks like that goes in there like that. Make sure that this wire remains free in there. That way you're not pinching it. Okay. Next, it says the wire's going to go all the way to the top. And we're going to open that like that. And the wire's going to go in here. You'll notice that there's these little holes here. So the wire should be inside of the 4 posts up here until it gets down to that opening. And then it'll come through. Now I'm going to pull the rest of it down out the bottom. So it looks like it'll look a little something like that. Okay. Next thing it says is this needs to get dropped on the opposite side of the generator. Next it says to rotate the generator to make sure the light works. And it looks like it is. We need the base unit itself, 2 B9s, and of course E18. So what we're going to be doing is putting these here to prevent that from coming off. Just like that. Then we're going to make sure it's all the way pushed down with that little piece, E18. There we go. For section 4, we need D8, E6, E7, F2, and F3. Let's get this like that. Note that there's a side with drawings and then there's a blank side. So the blank side needs to go towards the inside. So that means F2 is going to go here. F3 will go over here. And you should have your, I have that one on backwards, so we need to fix that. So now we have F2 and F3 installed with the printed side out on both of them. In fact, on the diagram, to make it right, you want to align the triangles, the triangle with the triangle, the circle with the circle. the triangles and circles are on there to help us align this properly. So on here, you'll see there's a triangle here and here, circle here and here. So what we need to do is the triangles need to match with the triangle here and here, and the circles will match with the circle here and here. So that means it needs to go on there like this. So we'll get them started as we move towards the back. So the other thing we need to pay attention to is how that wire is run over here, because it says that the wire needs to run like this, and it'll go, the wire will be trapped by this semicircle. So what we're going to do is slowly push that up. Push this up too. We're going to get this up here. Let's get this one in first. Okay, that's all the way up, and you see how it goes through the semicircle there, and then we're going to push these up and reattach them. Here. And then these, I'm going to do the same thing. And that needs to go through that there again. Okay, and we'll put it back on the surface and just push down to make sure everything is seated. And it looks like it is. Light still work? Yep. Let's straighten that out too. Get this wire in here. We're going to be messing with that for a while. Okay. Okay. For section 5, we're using a lot of pieces. So we have A5. Be careful taking that one out. The whole A panel is thinner than the rest of them, so be careful with that one. We have two B1s, 8 B3s. We have a B12. Be careful taking that one out, because there's not much holding these together. You can see just this little bit here and here. We have a B15, and this is a B21. We need an E10, E11, or E18, E26, E27, G17, 2 of those. Then we need the P3 screwdriver, this P8, the little handle here, which is the P9. This bolt is P10. This lock nut is P11. This screw is P12. We have 2 P13s and 1 P14. P8 through there. We put P10 on. Next, we gotta put this guy here. And next we have the lock washer, or lock nut. Now for this, we're gonna use the E18 tool, and we'll put that on there to hold the washer, or the nut. And then we're gonna screw this in. Turn it one more time. Okay, this still turns easily, it just floats in there. Okay. This guy is going to go through here. We want the print out. Next, we're going to use a B3. Now it's going to get 2 of these through it. And I'll put that through there. And now I'm going to put this on here like this. The handle should fit out on that. Now we put the remaining 7 B3s in here. Okay. Next we put the B12 with the printed side towards the handle. And that's what that looks like. So now we're going to put the B15 on. I'm going to take our, now it says we need to wax the gear part of this, so let's do that now. Okay, now we have our B15 on, and it says that we need to sand the outside of the B1s, because I think we want them to be smooth. Yeah, that's better. You don't want the outside, because these, we're going to wax them and they're going to ride inside of another part. Okay, that's pretty good. It doesn't necessarily say to wax the outside of these, but we're going to do it anyway. Just put wax on the outside of them. This B1 as well. Now we're going to put these on. E1s. And then the next thing we got to do is take the E10 and sand the inside of this hole to make it smooth. Yeah, that's good. And then I'm also going to put a little wax in there. Once again, the directions doesn't claim that that needs to be done, but the way it's going together, that's going to be a friction point. So, yeah, that's better. Maybe we're going to put a little wax here and on this surface here. Yeah, much better. Okay. Next, that'll go in there like that. Next, we need our G17. That goes on there like that. Then we need our E26, which we have already waxed. Okay, then we need our G27 to go on there like that. And then we're going to put this in here and get it started. We're going to spin it down as much as we can by hand. That's about it. And we're going to push this. We're going to turn the screwdriver, this screw here. You know what? I missed a G27 or G17. The G17 should go on first. Then the E27. Now we're going to screw that whole thing together. Now a little trick here, if you hold this in, you won't cross thread it if you push on it and turn backwards until you hear it click. There, or feel it click, and then you're not cross threading it. Then you can just tighten it straight up, straight away. So in the end, it'll turn like that. Okay, now we continue on. So this is up. This is going to go on here, like this. It looks pretty loose for now. But I'm sure that'll, once it gets placed in its proper spot, it'll be fine. C6, E4, P3, and 2 P6s. Now on here, it says that we need to sand and wax the inside of P6. It looks like the back side of P4, but we're going to do the outer edge as well. And also, it doesn't say to do this, but we're going to knock down these edges on this one, on this inner part, this innermost piece here, just to make sure it runs smoothly inside of C6. Okay, we're also going to wax that. Again, it doesn't call for wax here, but we're doing it anyway. Okay. Next, we're going to get the inside of this piece. Yeah, I'm going to wax that. We're also going to wax the outside of the hole a bit too. We're going to do that on both sides. The smoother you can make it run, the easier it is to get it all working in the end. Okay, now this piece needs to be, we'll sand the outside of it a bit too. Okay, next we're going to put a little wax on the outside. Again, I don't know whether it's needed, and it's not called for. Well, I'm gonna put it on the back side here. Okay. Now, according to this, we need to pay attention to our installation order. So we have this piece here. The orientation of this piece looks like it goes on like this. So you got, I have that up just because it matches the section 6 in the instructions. So then we put that on there. That rides pretty smooth. Next is this goes on here. I waxed this back side, so I want my E14 or E4 to the front. These screws go in here. Okay, let's get the first one started. Again, I'm not tightening it down until I get both of them in. What we're going to do is make sure that it looks right. We have that piece like that. We did waxing and sanding, E4, and then we got the 2 screws, so that looks good. So now the rest of piece 6 says to turn around, look at it from the front. Does that look okay? It does to me. It appears that we need the base and the part we just made, which is here. Now it's going to fit here because if you look at this back side, so this is these holes here relative to the handle, we've got them straight up and down. So what we're going to do is turn this until those are straight up and down. See how it is there now? Straight up and down. And that should help us a little bit. So this is going to slide down into here. This front piece is going to go up in the front. This back one is hopefully going down like that. And it should fit, keep it straight up and down, it should fit into this gear, because the two of them should mesh together because this crank is what causes that gear to turn. So we're going to split these apart a little bit to try and get this. So what we're going to try and do is get these front ones started. I'm going to take that off. We'll put that back on. These front ones here started in those holes. We're going to try that first. I'm going to get this here. Just a little bit. Okay, so they're setting where they need to be. Then we're going to slide these back like that. Then we need this straight up and down. This needs to be straight up and down. And then we're going to slide it down. And it's got to meet that. So this gear here has to meet up with this one down here. So let's slide it down a bit more and try to make those match. Okay, why is it not letting me? Okay. Okay, and there it all snapped together. You can see now when we turn the handle, it's turning the gearing. So now let's get all this snapped into where it needs to be. And then this, we gotta put back in. That's gonna go. It's going to fit down in these holes here. This one and that one. Make sure you have your printed side out. And then these tabs here are going to go into these slots. Well, bummer. No, that keeps going down. That's got to keep going down. So this has to go down in there pretty far. We gotta be careful though. We don't want to break that. Probably should have left that on there for a little bit longer. Push that up a little bit. Get that back in there. Now it slips right down in there. That's what we needed to do. Slap that on there. Then we can push this back down. Get everything in there all solid. So everything still moves smoothly. It does seem to move and it's generating power. Is our wire still going correct? Yes, it's going through there and it's going through that hole there and that hole there, so that looks good. Okay. Next we'll move on to more of section 7, I believe. So for section 7 we need 2 B9s, a B11, and our E18. That's to help us push these parts in. So let's put our B9s in first. So the first B9 is going to go here. So let's go ahead and get that started. Okay, I got that started. Now we're going to take our E18 and push that down. You can see how it's flush and a little bit sticks through there. And now we got to do the same thing on this side. If it's not meeting up exactly, just push down on this piece so that it pushes all the way through. Then it really should push through pretty easily. And then now we've got to put in our B11, which goes right here to hold all of this down. Okay. See, that wasn't even that bad. I was able to get that in with my finger, but we're still going to make sure it's tight. And then what that does is that keeps all that from moving around too much. See? Now I can crank it with it. It's not moving nearly as much. We need 2 A1s, an A2, 2 A4s, an A9, 3 E21s, and 3 F25s. A2 and the A9. Our E21 goes through here. The A9 goes on the back of that, like that. And then we have our F25, which goes on the front of that. Don't know whether this one turns, so let's just put a little wax on it just in case. I don't think this one actually turns, but a little wax on it just in case. And that should be A2, not A1. And on the back side. I don't think this one turns. Okay. And then we're going to put a little wax on the front of here. A little bit on the back of there. On there like that. It's kind of a smiley face. So, okay. That's part E. That right there. Now we got to build this one twice. This one does need to be waxed. So these gears here need to be waxed. I think it's got that one. Okay. So now we can put this in here. This comes through like this. Smiley face. We're going to put some wax on the back of the smiley face. A little bit here on the surface. Some over here. On the back of the smiley face. A little tight. Let's loosen that up a little bit. A little tight still. There we go. That's better. Now let's put this one in. And we gotta put this on. Again, not too tight. A little tighter. A little looser. There we go, much better. Smiley faces down. So, as we look at the diagram, it's positioned like this. So, F is going to go down here, and the gear should fit into these slots. And then we're going to make sure that it turns before we get too far, because it needs to fit into, because it goes into these upright, the gear does just a little bit. Yeah, it's not too bad. See how the gear fits into this a little bit? So it looks like it's free enough that that's not going to be a problem. So as we look at it again, F is going to go over here as well. Let's put our smiley face down. Okay. And then we're going to put F over here. Again, the same thing. Gear goes into the slots. And then slide it down until the tabs will slide into those front slots, and then just squeeze it together. That's not, there we go. Okay, that sounds a little rough. Put a little wax on the back side here. Pull that out a little bit too. There we go, now it's getting better. Okay, on to the next one. This one I don't think turns, this one's just for show. So this one we don't have to worry about turning. Leave our smiley face down. It's best to have these turn as free as they can. Otherwise it's going to cause problems later on down the road. I like how that one turns. Let's take a look at this one again. What's the problem? Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, let's wax the back side. And then we'll try to wax the front side too. Let's try it now. Seems worse now. Okay, what's going on here? It still turns pretty well. It's better. It just sounds bad, but it's much better. Okay. We need 8 A3s, 4 C11s, 3 E17s, 4 F4s, 6 P1s, and 3 P15s. And it also indicates that we need to wax the E17, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, it looks like we start out by putting on one end of this on here. And we do the, put all 3 of them, get one. And then we'll push these down. Make sure they're all the way through. Yep. Yep. That one is. Now it says we got to put the gears on next. And then put P1 on top. Okay, I'm going to push one end a little further through. So what we want is a little bit sticking out, a little bit of the axle, the pin sticking out this at the one side, but not the other. That looks pretty good. Now, I need to put these on the edges here. So it seems that they go in this front area here. Like that. And each one of these get 2. Two more to go. Last one. There we go. See, that's how they fit in, one on each side. Well, it looks like we take the C11s, the arrow is on the bottom, and it looks like it points in. The F4, the bulbous part points out. And the gear fits, it appears like this. So the upper side of the gear fits into this, seems to fit into this hole right here. So it'll fit in there. Like this, and then it'll rotate in there. I think I'm going to put a little wax on the top side of this, just to make sure it spins well. Again, the instructions don't say necessarily to do this. Okay, so the gear will fit in here like that. The next part that goes on is the F4, which needs to point to the outside. So it's going to go over these two legs. And that will get pushed up. The bottom of the gear should fit into, the post on the gear should fit into this hole here. Yep, it does. And then this piece fits. This goes on the bottom and it points to the inside. Just like that. I'll move on to the next one. That'll go in there. Then we need to put the F4 on. Again, they all point to the outside. Then the C11 points to the inside. Okay. Gear goes in. Now the only one of these that do not have a gear is where the crank is. That one does not seem to have a gear. This one's not running so smooth, so I might have to take a look at this one. Ah, there's why it's not running so smooth. This is down a little too far. So we need to push that back up just a tiny bit. That's better. Now it's smoother. Let's see if that runs any smoother now. Yeah, a little bit. Well, let's get it together and see what it looks like. That one goes on first. There we go. Not too bad. And this C11 goes to the inside with the arrow. You can see the arrow there. And then for this side, we put this piece on here. The C11 points to the inside. Does that still turn smoothly? Yes, it does. And the light lights. Good. Does this one turn smoothly? Indeed, it does seem to. This one turns smoothly. Not as smooth as the other side. Not as smooth as the other side. Still not bad though. And then this one, this turns, but this doesn't. It's not meant to turn. Okay, so now we'll continue on with section 9. 4 E9s, 4 E13s, 4 F5s, 4 F7s. These go on the bottom here. So I think what we're going to do is our F5s need the gear to go on top of the F5. So I think we're going to do that first, because I think it might be kind of hard to do. Okay. So it'll look something like that. And this is the top. These slide up onto ear with a bulge out. So this will slide up into here like that, and then this fits on here with the arrow down, with the labeled side to the bottom, and it fits like that. Make sure you kind of gently push from the top. And that spins in there. Probably should have put a little wax down on that, just in case it, once they want it to spin. Tell you what, we're gonna take that back off and do that real quick. Doesn't call for any wax, but it's not gonna hurt to do it. So we're gonna take this off. A little wax on the bottom side, a little wax on the top side. There we go. Now we'll put it back on. Down and to the bottom. You see how print is on the bottom, arrow points to the inside. Let's just get all these little wax on them. Okay. Now we're going to put this on the bottom here. Label on the bottom, arrow to the inside. rinse and repeat. Down arrow to the inside. And that completes section 9. Need 8 P16s. The little feet are the P16s. Now there's 10 of them here. We're only going to need 8. And what we got to do is we need to put them on these positions here that are the circles. Get them as close as you can in the circles. Mine are a tiny bit off, but I don't think it's going to hurt anything. Basically, here's how I'm putting them. Line up one edge and then just plop it down. Now it looks like it wants us to check how well these gears here mesh together. That one looks pretty good. Let's try it. And it says there's only 2 spots where we have to worry about this. Here's the other one. And as you can see, I'm turning it. That one looks pretty good too. We've been testing these the whole way through, so we should be good. So, two C4s, 6 D3s, 2 D7s, and 2 D9s. So it looks like the D9s go on the bases of the C4s. Now, when you're putting these together, pay attention to the printing, because the printing on the C4 should face outside of the curve. The same thing on this one. Put the D9 there. Next, it looks like the D3 is going to get put on top of that structure, so that way it curves nicely. Okay. Do the same thing here. And then on this side, the D3s go on the top and the bottom. And make sure again that the printing goes to the outside. Looks like that is it for section 11. We need A10, two A10s, which are right here. Now, these came out of the A section. They're very thin compared to the other ones, to the C4s and the D7s. So just be really careful when you take these out. Okay, now we're going to put these into the base here. So these have one slot, which means that we're only going to putting these guys in here. Now, this lower edge is going to slide down into this slot here. I'll show you this like this. Like that. So we'll do these two first. And so it slides down into this slot again. Okay, now we're on to these. Now here, it looks like probably the A10 is going to be the easier thing to put in. We're going to have to curve it, and then it goes into the inner slot. Usually I'll start one end and just slowly put it in while I curve it like that. Then this goes in with these two going down through this slot. So we'll put that in there. This open area goes down to the bottom. So what we're going to do is slide that into that slot right there. And slide it down in there. So it'll look like that. You've got the one behind the other. Like that. And then we put this one in here. Like that. We need a B2. And this arrow here is important. That needs to point towards the crank that we have installed. Now, and also remember to keep the print side up. Okay, so this is going to go down onto here. And we got to try and get all this stuff lined up in here. So what we're going to do is start over here. And we'll just work our way around. It will wind up going around a couple of times as we get pieces fitted in. Let's see, we'll use the screwdriver a little bit. We have to get these lined up here. So what I'm doing is I'm pushing a little bit down here to get the top of that one over, and then I'm pushing up here to move that one over. That's kind of the goal here. let's get all of the top ones in first. Okay, so now we've got let's see what we got here. Oh, we're not down there yet. Okay, we got to get these in first. Okay, now we're starting to go down there. So let's turn a little bit. Okay, we're getting it now. Okay. Now we're making some headway. See, we have this coming up through there. So we just need to do that all the way around, basically. Well, these will be easy here because we don't have the inside part. Okay, let's do the inside one over here. I'm gonna save this side because that gives me a little bit of play over there to work on this. Not a lot, just a little. There we go. Okay, again, this one here will be easy because I can get to both sides of the curved piece. Okay, very good. Keep pushing them down as we go around. That's going to take, like I said, a number of rounds to do this. Just be patient with it. It will work out. Now, the one back piece in there needs to have, it had two things sticking up and they need to go in here as well. So, okay, that looks good. Keep going around. That looks good. That one is good. That one is good. Okay, that all looks good. Now let's see if we still have our light. A little tougher to turn. Okay, let's inspect it before we go any further. We know why it's hard to turn. Make sure everything's compressed properly. I wonder if maybe that doesn't need to go in there right now. Okay, well, that looks like that finishes section 12. And there, this whole piece is called H, lowercase h. we need a D12, a D14, E20, F10, F11, G16, G24, G25. Now it looks like several of these need to be waxed and sanded, so I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. Okay, D12 needs to be sanded. D14 does not need to be sanded. That one's already been sanded. We'll put it down there. This one needs to be sanded. D14 needs to be sanded. On the outside. That one is sanded. G25 needs to be sanded. Okay, G25 got sanded. Now, it looks like that G25 needs to be waxed on the outside. Okay. D14 needs to be waxed on the outside. And then D12 also needs to be waxed. And then it looks like the gears on E20 and then G16 also we're going to wax those. Okay, now we can start putting these together. F10 and F12, or F10 and F11. Okay, next we're going to do E20. G24. And then D12 just goes on the top. G16. D24. Now, the next piece goes on, has little divots on the outside. It looks like the divot should be aligned with the ones on the top. So I'm going to go ahead and try to align them as best I can. So as you can see, this divot here, right there, comes through here, here, and then I have this divot in the same spot. This piece now is called I, this assembly. B6, D12, E5, E19, G9, G10, two G24s, and a G25. Again, we're gonna have to wax and sand some of these. So D12 needs to be waxed and sanded. Just on the outside. Okay. B6 needs to be waxed and sanded on the outside. That's a little rough there. Better. Yep. And the outside of B6 needs to be waxed. Okay. Now the next one that needs to be waxed is the G25. Again on the outside. Okay. Now the next thing that needs to be waxed is the gears, and they got to be waxed all the way around the gears. Okay. Section 14. Okay, let's put E19 on the top. And G24 up here. D12 goes on the very top. Again, I'm paying attention to the little divots so I can align them. Okay. Next is E5. G24. B6. Last but not least, G25. Okay, let's line these up. Divots there. We're going to put the divot there. So again, you can see we have our divot here, right there. And we're going to travel that up through there, and it's right there. And that's the end of section 14. We need B6, D12, F26, G5, G11, G12, 2 G24s, and G25. So we're going to again sand and wax first. D12. The next one is the B6. Next is the G25. And then the gears need to be waxed on the edges. Okay. G24. And then we need D12 on the top. My divot. That part is labeled as K. Actually, they have them labeled here. You can see right there it says K. This one was J. And then this one was I. We need B6, D12, E15, F12, F13, F27, two G24s, and a G25. Again, we're going to sand and wax first. D12 first. Okay. Next is B6. G25. And then we need to wax the gears again. This gear, we'll wax that one too. Again, lining up the divots. This is part J, it looks like. We need our base, all the gears we just built, D6 and E18. So in here, what I'm going to do is we have to put these gears into these 4 holes here. So I'm going to feel them to see if there's any burrs or anything. There is not. Okay. So we wax the gear. We're just going to put a little bit of wax there in each of these. Not a lot. We'll put some over here too, because I'm sure those are going to be. Okay. So now we got to put these gears in here. We'll start with so the orientation in the picture is the handle is out here. So I'm matching I'm looking at the picture of the assembly instructions, and that's how I'm figuring out where these need to go. So let's put in the big gear next. Let's go with J. Okay, that's J. Let's go with I next. Okay, that does not look right. Well, that may not look right because this one's not in there. So let's put K in there next. So it's a matter of getting all the gears meshed, getting them into their little positions. There, that one's in, okay. So I think we have the gears meshing at this point. So the next piece that goes in, this guy, looks like D6 goes in there about like this. So that's got to slide down from the top. Now, be careful of the wire that's already in there. It should just slide on the inside of this piece. Okay. So now, these go on the inside of this one. It's got right here, it's got the little holes on it that you can see right there. So we're gonna put that one in, try to get that one in first. That might not be the right one to start with, but that's what we're gonna work on first. No, it is the right one because it says that that's 2 in the order of assembly. So now this one has to do the same thing on this side. You got to make sure to get the gears up in these holes here. Oop. Let's check these for burrs real quick. Nope, little burr in there. We are going to take that back off and sand that. Yep, there's a little burr in there. Oh, look how tiny one too. Again, the instructions don't say to put wax in there, but I'm going to do it anyway. That one and that one down there. Now we can put them back on. Okay. This has to go in here. And then there we go. Now that slid into the end there. That's in the end over there. Okay, everything seems to be turning. Okay. B6, C5, E1, E22, F8, F9, 4 G24s, and a G25. So again, we're going to sand and wax these. Mostly just getting rid of the burrs from the break-off points. Okay, there's that one. B6 is next. G25. And then we're waxing the ear teeth. Okay, start with F8 and F9. 3. Next is the C5. Then C5 seems to be the last one. Okay, and then we do the E1. Which gets a G24, B6. G25. That is part. Again. We need B6, C5, G7, G8, G23, G24, and a G25. Again, we're gonna do the waxing, or the sanding and waxing we need to do. And then we need to do the gear. So we need to put these parts in. It says we should put this one in first. And this one next. Wax on this piece here like that. The same to this one. Probably should have waxed those other ones. Okay. We need B7. B17, E2, two E14s. We have two B7s, a B17, E2, two E14s, E18, and 8 F17s. The only parts here that need to be waxed are the gears themselves. Okay, now I'm going to move these parts just up over here out of the way a little bit. We'll use those in a little bit. So the first thing we got to do is put this on top of here. Now again, I have the orientation so that it matches the picture. The handle is down this way, and then the arrow on this needs to point to the handle, like this. Now be careful when you put this on. Try not to pinch the wire too much. Let's see here. Put that wire in the middle there. Again, watch out for your wire. And these need to come up through there. And so now we got to get these settled on top of here. Okay. I'm going to line these up as I go around. Just push them in a little bit, not too much. We'll have to make several rounds here like we did before on the previous one. Push them down just a little bit. For now, I'm just using my finger to get them started. So this looking down in there, it needs to move a little bit this way. There we go. Now we're going to go back around and push them a little down a little bit more. We'll do that all the way around, making sure these stay in. Okay, they seem to be in there nicely. So at this point it says we should be able to rotate this. And yes, we can. That's spinning. That looks good. That's spinning. That looks good. It's not hard. I mean, there's a bit of resistance, but it's not overly hard to turn. Okay, that looks good. So now, keeping the orientation the same, we need to put E2 on here. Then E14. Then B7. Okay, so orientation the same. Now we're going to put on B14. B7. Make sure it's still not overly hard to turn. Okay, now we put in our F-17s, and they go basically in the open areas around here. So like here, and it just fits in like that. I'll hold this up so you can see how I'm putting it in like this. And then we push them down. We'll do that all the way around. Okay, that's all 8 of those installed. We have to sand and wax this inner ring, the inner side of this ring, which is C12. Pretty good. Okay. 2 B10s, B19, B20, 2 B23s, a C12, D15, and 3 D17s. When we install C12, the print side needs to be up. And it looks like it needs to be installed this way. I'm thinking like this. The way I identified it was, let's see. So this won't work because there's no hole here. So I used this as my keyhole, and I looked at the picture to see that it's very similar to this, right? So it looks like this one here. So as I look around, that looks like that will work just fine. So I need my B10, which is going to go here, and make sure you put the printed side pointed out. That's B10. The next one around is the B23. It's going to go here. Again, the printed part should point out. Okay, on the back side over here, we need a B10 over here. And then over here, we need our B23. Yep. Okay, and then the next piece we're going to install is the B19, I believe is what this is. Again, the orientation says that this piece goes like this. It'll only go in one way because of these tabs here. So this will only go in one way. If the tabs don't line up, flip it over. Same goes here. You can see this section is a little longer than this one. So, and you'll see that this section is a little longer than this one. So again, if it doesn't fit in there, you just may need to flip it over. Okay. So now we need to put in these B17s. Or I'm sorry, they're D17s. And we're going to put it here. There we go. And then this piece goes in here like this. So it's got to fit inside of this, or those pieces we just installed fit up through it. Push that down until it seats down on top, and you'll be doing that the whole way around. There we go. Let's see right there, it's not quite seated yet. Okay. And then we're going to make sure everything still moves. It's good to test a lot. Still feels pretty smooth. Okay. Three A7s, C14, D16, E18, 4 P1s, P24, P29, and a P40. And putting these in, you just kind of be careful because these break really easily. That's the first one. We'll do the next one. It says that you should, the triangles are adjacent to the circles. As soon as I get this in, I'll show you what I mean. Let's start here. So we're putting the triangle next to the circle. Okay. Now the last one, so you can see here that we have the triangle next to the circle. The triangle there next to the circle. So we have a circle here, so I'll be putting the triangle next to that. The triangle pieces are just a little bit wider than the circle pieces. And there we go. Now we got to put this on here. So this is going to go on there like that. And this is probably going to be an interesting little piece to get on. Usually these are, because you got to carefully slide them into the top. Okay. What I'm doing is pushing out from the inside with my finger. And then we keep going back, just making sure we haven't loosened anything up or lost what we've put in. Everything's still together. There we go. Now, got to kind of straighten this out because some parts of it we pushed in a bit too much. Okay. Now, next thing we got to do is we put two of these on the bottom, and we're gonna push that through like that, and we're gonna get the next one on there. Okay, then that gets threaded. Actually, let's move these up just a little bit. I think it's going to be easier to do it this way. Okay, then we'll put this down here. We'll put the two on the bottom. Did not want to go on. Oh, it's already on the bottom. I see. So now what we're going to do is push this down, and then we got to come in and push these two down so that way it can be tight. There we go. Now it's pretty tight. Next, we put the little silicone piece on the top, and then the planet goes on top of the silicone piece. And it looks something like that. B16, two B22s, a B24, C10, C13, 6 D2s, 4 P1s, P25, P28, and P40. So it looks like we need to make sure this outer ring is smooth and waxed. So we're going to do that first. Okay, now I gotta wax the inside of the ring as well. Okay. Now we're going to put in these P6s. 6 of them. P6s. D2s, we're going to put in 6 of them. One's going to go there. And I have that one in upside down. Goes in like that. Then like this. I'm putting them in the ones with the lines. See the little line? That's the ones I'm putting them in. So now we can put in these little ones. Planet. Goes over here. Sand it just a little bit so it fits in there. It's got that delicate stem on it, which would break easily, so I gotta be really careful here. Okay. Next one around is B22. Goes right in here. B24. Right in here. I imagine these are going to break pretty easily. Okay. Now, this needs to go on there like this. So what I'm going to do is just put in, get that one going. I'm starting them basically one at a time. So that's two of them that are in. Come over to here, get this one in, 3. Another one. That one's got to slide over a little bit. Okay, that's all of those. I need to sand this inner part here. Wax it. Now we're back to putting this together. Okay. We need 3 G13s, G22, 3 P17s, and P39. And it looks like the gear needs to be waxed on the outside. Okay, so we're gonna put these screws up through here. This looks like it goes up through here as well. We got okay. We need 7 F1s, an F18, G13, G19. F18. Yep, mine fits down in there. We're gonna wax that. In fact, the instruction to say to. Let's sand it. And wax it. We're also going to put wax in here. And we're going to wax the outside a bit as well. Okay. Now let's try that again. I'm going to even wax the bottom a little bit. This just comes up through. Now we're going to put on F18. We'll slide in there like that. The next one that goes on is G13. We're going to wax that one too. Okay, G13. Now we need 3 F1s. Two. Three. Now we're going to put this one in here. Next. Like that. I'm going to put 2 F1s in. And we're going to put G19 in. Two more F1s. A8, be aware it says this piece is fragile, so be careful with that. C3, G14, two C8s. We need a 4 P1s, 3 P10s, a P25, P30, and P40. Okay, so it looks like we need to wax G14. I'm gonna get a new bit of wax out for that. Okay. So I think what we're going to do is, I'm going to stick this . Okay. this on here. Okay. Need 2 C8s next. And the G14. And then this goes on here, but I think we're going to hold off putting that on there because that is a fragile piece and it's going to come off very easily. So we're just going to set that right up there. Okay, so looks like the next thing we need to do is put these on. That one. Now in here, it tells you that if those screws aren't long enough, that you can replace one of the F1s from the previous page. On mine, it says on the right picture on page 27 with a C8. The C8's a little bit thinner, but what I have here seems to be going in just fine. So what we're going to do is tighten these screws up a bit. So what I'm going to do is, these are square. So we'll just do the best we can with them. And I'm just holding it with my finger. If they're not cross-threaded, they should go on fairly easily. So that's why I usually do these with my finger, is because I don't want to cross-thread them. And these tools really aren't big enough to cross-thread. Okay. Put it back down in there. We need 6 E9s, E18, a G4, and a G6. And it looks like I tightened those 3 screws just a tad too early. So we're going to just loosen them a little bit, just so the nuts are loose, because they're going to go in, the nuts will wind up inside of G4. Oop. It keeps falling out. There we go. Now it says we're supposed to put these, let's put them in here first. And put them in here. And then here. And then here. Okay. And we'll adjust these screws so they're approximately in the right location. If you look, there's a little box on the surface that tells you how it should line up. Okay. Now you'll see how the bolts just fit right inside of the G4. Take that out for a second. Basically holds them so we can tighten them up. So I'm going to go ahead and tighten those screws up a little bit. I'm just snugging them up. I'm not making them overly tight. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the previous step because our screws are coming up just above the surface here. And it says if that happens, to replace them, the C8 in the previous step with an F1. So that's what we're going to do now. So we're going to set our G6 aside. So we're going to loosen these up and take them out. Just one. Two, one more. Okay, that one should be done as well. There's our two screws. Okay. We're going to go ahead and put those back in there because we'll use those. Okay, let's have a little screwdriver. Okay, now they're all in there. So we need to replace this C8 with the thicker F1. You can see how there's just a minor difference in their sizes. So we'll set the C8 aside, put the F1 in. Okay. Now we'll put this back on. Put this back in to make sure everything is straight. Okay, we didn't get them to catch. Got that one. We got that one. I'm going to flip that screw over. Let's see if we can get this side to catch now. Yeah, it's much better. Okay. Now they don't come out the top. Much better. Let me get this down now. Okay, they're all flat now. So now it looks like we need to wax the top of G4. Yep. Not gonna hurt to put a little wax on it. So, and then G6 looks like it needs a bit of wax too. Okay, G6, so we're gonna put these on the G6, just like we did on the top side. We're gonna get them in here first, get them close to where they need to be, and then we'll push them into the bottom. Okay, and then this goes into the bottom here and around those screws. Now I'm holding my hand here. This is where I'm putting the pressure because it's straight through, solid pretty much. So I feel pretty comfortable just pushing in the center on the other end. That looks good. That looks good. We're going to check the screws one more time. That feels good. 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 That all looks good. That's been waxed. And that side's been waxed, so we look good. A D4 2 F16s, a G2, a G15, 4 P1s, 3 P18s, a P27, P31, P38, P40. And it looks like the gears need to be waxed, so we'll do that first. Okay. Looks like we gotta do this again. Put these. I think the instructions suggest doing this just a slightly different way, but for me this seems to work. Flip it over. Yep. And that makes it nice and tight. Okay. Put that on. And there we go. Now, we need to take G2. It's going to go on. That's going to go inside. We're going to take these screws, put them up through G2. Okay. The next thing that goes on is an F16. Then D4. Another F16. And then we need the G15 with the printed side up. That side up. Okay. Yeah. Screws fell out. So I think what we're going to do is set this down upside down for now. Put my fingernails in the screws to keep them from falling out, and then we'll set it down like that. 3 E9s, F15, P21s, 3 of those, and 3 P22s. Now, as you can see, the P21s are the little washers. P22s are the little tiny nuts. Okay. So we're going to put, it says to put the washers on first. And we're going to try tightening this down a little bit. Just get like, you get a single thread started. That'll prevent it from falling out. That's all I'm doing is getting a single thread. Get it on there like that. And just kind of turn it with your finger and it will catch. There it is on there, and then turn it with your finger. You should be able to put enough pressure down that whatever surface you're working on will hold the screw in place. Okay, now we want to, I'm going to snug them up a little bit. Remember, when in doubt, if you're worried about cross-threading it, just turn it backwards till the screw clicks, and then you're on the thread at that point, so you'll be able to tighten it down without cross-threading. Okay, if we need to loosen those up later, we will. We just don't want them getting too bad. In fact, we will have to loosen them later because this piece has to go on there. So we just need them to be able to turn at the top level so they'll fit into these spots here. So now what we're going to do is put these in here. Now, it says that this FV15 needs to be waxed. I'm going to wait and wax it after it's installed, because I want to feel to make sure that these don't press through, because that's a surface that moves. Or, you know, another piece of wood is going to press against that surface. And so we got to be careful with that. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Now what we're going to do is take this and use that as a backer, and we're going to press these down. We don't want them above the surface because another piece is going to glide on top of this. That's why we're waxing it. So what I'm doing is basically taking this, putting it over top of it, pushing it down. In fact, if you want to make a little recess, you can take the end of it and push it. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, now we're gonna wax it. Okay. Yep, that looks pretty good. Let's tighten these back up a little bit though. I'm going to put that in there just to make sure that they're being tightened up. Okay, there's that one. Okay, and yep, now they're tight. Very good. Okay, now we're going to continue on with section 3 E9s and an F15. Again, we're going to have to push these down because this surface is pushed, or another surface rides on top of this one. So we're going to need to make sure that it's smooth and waxed. Okay, there we go. And then we'll do the same thing again. Put this down. We got to be careful not to break that though. We're just going to do it. I'll do it this way. Yeah, that feels better. Okay, I'm going to wax this surface. Put that back up in there, and there we go. P16, 6 E9s, 2 P15s, 2 F15s, 2 F16s, a G1, a G3, 4 P1s, 3 P18s, 3 P21s, 3 P22s, a P24, P32, P38, and P40. We'll just start with this like we always do. Okay. A little bit more. That got it. And then we're gonna, right now they're not squeezed together, so we're gonna squeeze all those together like this. And it's all squeezed together. Okay, now we need to take the G3, put the screws in the bottom, okay, then we put on an F16. Oop. Ooh, forgot a step. We gotta wax these. That one should be done. Now we'll start with this one. Okay, now we're ready to start with G3. Okay, now we're going to put in an F16. And we put in a C16. Another F16. And then we need the G1, and the text side, the side with the writing on it, goes up. Okay. This goes down to align it all. Okay. Next, we're going to put these on, put on a washer, much like we did before. We'll get it started, but we'll tighten it later. Looks like that one started. One more to go. Okay, now these two didn't start as well as I would like. So what I'm going to do is hold my finger on them again. I'm going to back it out until I hear it click. Okay, so it still doesn't want to go in, so the next thing we're going to do is flip the nut over to see if the threads on the other side are any better. There, we got it. And we're going to do this one here. It came off. I didn't have it on good enough. Okay. Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Okay. Now we're over to the F15s. We got to put these into the F15. Again, the surface of these are going to need to be waxed, but we'll do that once it's installed. So I want to make sure that since a piece is going to be riding on this, I don't want these pieces I'm putting in now sticking up above the surface, because that'll just cause it not to work very well. Oop. There we go. Okay, pretty good. So now we're going to put that under there, so we got something to push against. Take that and push it down, and then we're going to do this to put it below the surface. Good. Now we'll wax that. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to do the same thing to the underside. Okay. Now it says at this point we can tighten these with the screwdriver and put that in there to keep them aligned. They don't have to be overly tight, but they need to be good and snug. Okay, now we're going to put this on. Let's take this out real quick. Okay, that one did not go in there very well, did it? If we see how that one's sticking up, we got to get that below the surface. There we go. Okay, feels good. Now we're going to wax this side. Okay, that one's done. We need D10, 6 E9s, 2 F15s, 2 F16s. We need G20, G21, 4 P1s, 3 P18s, 3 P21s, 3 P22s, P26, P33, P38, P40. Start where we always do. This goes into here. Need to wax the gears. Okay, we're going to start off with P20 on the bottom, or G20 on the bottom, sorry. Next is an S16. This piece goes on. Another S16. G21. Based on looking at the picture, that's how I'm lining this up. The picture has this and this at a 90. So that's what I've done. This symbol, this is how it is in the image. So having the planet off to the left, this sign here goes to the top. I don't know whether that's important, but that's what's in the manual. So next, it's these little bolts. Little nuts, rather. Really, it's kind of hard to show you this because they're so small. But okay. Now we need to put these in here. Basically, this is same as last time, just rinse and repeat different parts. Push these in. Okay, now we need to wax the top here. Tighten those down a little bit. thing with this one. We'll deal with that other part. Or we'll wax it after we install it. Down, draw it through, wax this. And that one's done. We need a B8, C9, D13, 6 E9s, F15, F16, F20, F21, F28, G18. We need 7 P1s, a P13, 3 P19s, 3 P21s, 3 P22s, a P27, a P34, a P35, P38, and 2 P40s. D13. this one only gets one on the bottom. Okay, we've got these put back, so now we have to wax just F21. Okay, our 3 screws. Okay, F21. Now we put an F16 on top of that. And we put the B8 on top of that. Then we do the F20. We're doing the G18 next. Then the C9. Then the D13, which seems to be like that, because the picture has this off to the right, this down to about 7 or 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7:30 maybe. Okay, we put our little washers on. Okay. Okay, now we're gonna make sure these screws at least have one full thread on them because they're not in there very well. Okay. Let's do this one. Okay. Again, I'm backing out till I hear a click, then I'm screwing them on. Okay. Put that up in there, make sure everything is aligned. Okay. Now we're taking the the F28. That goes on top. Okay, they're all pushed down in there nicely. Now we're gonna wax the top of this. Now it says we can tighten these up. Okay, that looks good. Now we're going to install the F15 on the bottom. Now we're going to make sure these are seated in there nicely. They are. Wax them up. It's not done. That's W. Two B13s, two C2s, two E8s, four E16s, 16 F17s, four F19s, one F24, four P20s, four P21s, four P22s, four P23s. Now, we're going to have to be careful on the F19s because they have arrows on them. So we're gonna have to watch the orientation on those when we put them in. And then the other thing that it mentions is be careful not to mix up the B13 and the C2. Okay, let's see here. So we need to wax the gears that we have, so let's go ahead and get that started. This one. Okay, and then the other part that needs to be waxed are the E8s. So what we're going to do is take a little sandpaper on those and get the little connection points off where it was connected to the outer frame. We'll run some wax around the outside. They feel pretty good. Okay. Now the other part that needs to be waxed is the inside of here. So we're going to see if we feel any burrs in there. Not on that side. Not on that side. So let's just put some wax in there. Okay, so we're going to start with 2 of our B20s, and we're going to put that up inside of the B13. Now, we have our F17s, which look like we're going to put those inside the F6 or the E16, like that. Now this goes down. So the part we just installed goes, this is the bottom. So we're going to put it like that. We're just going to give a little push, make sure everything is seated in there. Okay, the next thing that's got to go is the F24 goes next, and the E8 fits inside of that. Okay, so the E8 is the one where the F19s are used. And it looks like the arrow should point down. The arrow points down. Arrows are pointing down, so we'll put that on there next. Like that. Next we take the E16, put the F17s in those. They come down from the top. Like this. Then the C2 goes on top of that. Next, we have the washer. Okay, so the washer goes on. The washer on. Next, there's a little lock washer. I'm gonna put that on there. Just try to get it started. So we're gonna do the same thing here. Washer, lock washer, and the nut. Okay. Now it says we should tighten these down with the E18 tool. So what we'll do is we'll use the end of it to attempt to tighten these down. Let's go to this side now. And that should still turn freely. Okay, they feel pretty tight, but let's just a little bit more. I think that's good. Nope, I'm gonna loosen that back up just a tiny bit. That's better. Okay, now we're going to do the exact same thing on the other side. To the bottom. Next we've got the E16, and we're going to put these into the bottom. They go on the bottom like that. Next we've got the E8. Okay, that's the E8. Next we got the E6, or no, the E8 is the arrows which point down. May have put the other ones in too far. Okay. Next we got the E16. We're coming in from the top. Okay. And we'll put C2 on. I'm going to have ROKR. Okay, let's push these down just a bit further. Let's come in from the top. A little bit more. We may have to adjust these later. We'll have to see. Got one of them on. Oh, but that's terrible. That pulled it up. They may need adjustment. That is part X. Two B5s, two C1s, two E8s, four E16s, 16 F17s, four F9s, F19s, one F23, four P20s, four P21s, four P22s, four P23s. And we're going to start by waxing the gears, and then we'll move on to the other parts that need waxing. Next, we're going to move to the F8s. Okay, and then is there any burrs on the inside of that? Nope. Nope. Okay, so now we can start putting it together. Okay, there's the C1. Next we need the E16, and we're coming in. Basically, these are coming up from the bottom. Just on that like that. Next, this goes on, and the E8 goes in there. Oop. We have to put these into the E8. They seem to stick up just a tiny bit. Next, we have another E16. These are going down. Yep. And I started with the wrong gear. I'm supposed to be starting with the C1, not the B5. That looks better. Now we got the B5. These little puck washers. Same thing. In there, when you tighten up the second screw, it evens out and it will turn better. Okay, now we do the other side. And this time, we're actually going to start with the C1. C1. We're just going to go ahead and put all these in. First set go up from the bottom. Then we have this guy. These go down from the top. And that guy goes there. Okay, now we tighten them down. And that's section 26. Two B4s, two D1s, two E8s, 4 E16s. Four E16s. We need 16 F17s, 4 F9s, F22, 4 P20s, 4 P21s, 4 P22s, 4 P23s. And we're going to start off waxing again. Okay, now we need to wax these guys. Feels pretty good. Okay, now I know we're gonna have to do these, so we'll just do them now. Okay, now we can get started with the B4s. I'm going to put on the F16 with these pointed up like that. Put on the F8. Forgot a piece here. Okay, there's that. Now we're going to put on the E or the F16, run it down. Next will be the D1, and then we put the washers, lock washer, and nut on. I think that might have started. Make sure they're started. Yep, that one started just fine. Not this one. Yep, that one started just fine as well. If they're not started very well, they'll turn, and on your finger you'll feel it. Oh, that's tight. It's okay. When we tighten this one, it'll pull it level again, or at least parallel, I guess is what it is. Smooth. Okay, got that. This guy goes on like this. D8. Just a bit. And this one goes on with those down pointed down. This one goes on. Grab those screws and lift it up. Not on there very well, so I can tighten them down just a bit. Okay. Gives me a little more room on this other side. Okay. We need a D5, D11, E8, E12, 2 E16s, 8 F17s, 2 F19s, 2 P20s, 2 P21s, 2 P22s, and 2 P23s. Again, we're going to start with waxing the gears. good. Okay, now we start with the D11. Put on the F16. While we're here, we might as well finish this one out. Okay, that one goes on there like this. Then we have the F8. Then we have the E12. We have the E16 like that. Forgot something on the E8. Now we're ready to continue. Good, now we're going to tighten them down. I know the one's off, so I'm going to turn backwards. And there, it's caught at least one thread. That's 28. Needs our previously assembled base, and this piece, which has been previously assembled. This looks like it's S, and it also needs P36, which is this little shaft. So now it looks like basically how this is going together. The bottom of this is going to need to slide around here. So what we're going to do, the directions don't call for this. So I'm going to put a little wax around here. To help that slide against the bottom. Okay. It says P36 should go on first. Oop, I'm supposed to remove any plastic that's on it. And there is a little piece of plastic on it. Now the question is it on both sides? Does not feel like it, so. Oh, and lower side, so yep, there may be a little piece of plastic on there. Use a little screwdriver and see if I can't. I'm trying to be careful not to scratch it. Okay, there may not be a piece of plastic on this side. Okay, we're gonna say there's not. Goes on. And this goes on like this. With that there and that one about like that. So there's a gear over here that I'm guessing it's gonna have to fit into. Okay. Let's make sure it seats all the way around. Seems like it has. Ugh, that came off. Gotta get the gear lined up over here, which it's not right now. There we go. Now it's lined up. So now okay, and then we put a number 2, which goes. Planets aren't in the right place anymore. About right. Okay, now this one needs to go in here like this. Like that. Is this one. It looks like it goes on there like this. Okay. Next is Z, which is this one, which goes on there like this. That. And then this one points over like this. Yeah, that'll be right. Like that. We have 3 A6s, an F6, an F14, and a P37. That down on there. And this goes up on top. Like this. Oh, that's not sitting on there very straight. Okay, let's take that off. That off. Just like that. Let's. So I'm going to loosen these screws just a fraction. Okay. this off. And do the same to these. Okay. Okay. One. Okay. I think this one is no, 2. Goes on there like that. That's the next one. Okay. The next one is the blue one. Okay, we're going to do a little more. Okay, let's order these. This is the order in which they came off. I'm going to put a little more wax on these. These things seem to be getting hung up. Board's already pretty smooth. First one goes towards. And you'll see it just moves a bit. Okay. That is the wrong one. time, I'm going to do this. It's not. Let me transfer the power to here. And that's done. So what lessons do we take out of this? Don't over tighten the screws because it can cause, so the problem was with it binding initially was that I had one of the screws too tight, so that it was causing the tower, the assembly to lean to one side, and what that was doing was causing this lower part to lift up on one side, this gearing here. Oh, let me twist it so you can see. This gearing down here would cause it to lift up on one side, and also I think having the additional weight on top pushing down on it helped stabilize that. But definitely I had them too tight. I had to get them a little straighter, and I forgot to put one of these on somewhere. That would be here. There we go. So, and the other thing is, in the book, it really doesn't matter the direction of the planets when you're putting it in, putting this together. What matters is the direction of these transfer gears, because the first one has to be in line with the crank, the second one is 90 degrees out, the third one is in line with the crank, the fourth one is 90 degrees out. They're the important ones. Where the planets are doesn't matter, because if you turn it long enough, eventually they'll be in whatever position you set it up for.